Good morning, friends, followers, and channel members. Welcome to Paphos, a very nice sunny looking Paphos, and we're heading today on a sort of long haul for the A320, 4.5 hour flight back to London Gatwick. Normally we obviously do the long haul flights not on a Thursday. This is a little bit random today. We're throwing this on a Thursday. I'll let you guys try and come up with an appropriate name for that. Long haul Thursdays. We've had long haul Fridays. Now we do mileage Mondays more often than not. Haven't got a witty name for Thursday though, so I'll leave that to you. So good morning to those in the chat. Chalty, Christian, Fitzy, and Shubby. Good to see you all as well. Eli and Wuzelman, Fludix, Jake Blue, Spitfire, Raf 100. Good to have you this morning, and Danny Rubble as well. So great to see you all. Right. So with such a long flight ahead of us, we should probably look at getting started. So let's jump straight in. So this aircraft that I'm flying this morning is the dev build where I have loaded up first thing this morning. So it literally was downloaded just before the start of the stream. GPU's on its way. We are on VATSIM, but there is no air traffic control around at the moment, and as I can see, am I on my own at the airport? That's unusual. Anyway, let's get those batteries turned on. The external power is now available, so let's go ahead and get that connected. And that comes starting to fire up. Crew supply, CVR test, and start getting those ideas aligned. Ideally, I'd like to do a nice, quick setup today, just because of the distance of the flight we have to do today. Now, already been in and checked a few things, but of course what I haven't done is typed in the company username into the flypad, so let's do that. I think there's two things which really not annoy me, not too many things annoy me, but could be better. Is I wish that the aircraft would hold the username, and I wish the Navigraph charts, you didn't have to pop the code in each time. I find that mildly frustrating to say the least. Good morning to BaggySim, Pritim, Hyacinth, and Air37. Hope you're all well. Right, so there we go. 1015, our current QNH. I've just heard the 3 bleeps. Let me continue the overhead checks then. So fire, engine 1, engine 2, and the APU. Okay, all's looking well there. Right, let's start having a look at the fuel. So let's go to dispatch operational flight plan. Now, the planned weather for Gatwick, I think it's a little bit misty at the moment, but that's going to burn off as the day progresses. So with potential holds going into Gatwick and over a long flight, I'm going to take just an extra ton of fuel. So if we take around 13.7 tons and get that loaded in, let's just scroll that up. Oh, there we go, 13.7 tons, and refueling is now underway. Okay, let's continue setting up. Actually, do you know what? I'm going to start letting our passengers on board as well. So let's tell the cabin crew it's time to start the boarding. Cabin crew, refueling is underway and the bags are starting to get loaded, so let's open the doors and allow our passengers on board. Thank you.
No problem.
So just check, passengers are now starting to board. And we'll check how many passengers we've got as well in a moment. I can see on the lower ECAM all the doors are open, so that's good. Swedish AF, good morning to you. Hope you're well. Down to the center console then, and the pedestal, check everything's where it should be. So transponder is turned on standby, thrust levers, etc., where it all should be. Up to the glare shield. set that QNH, just turn the brightness up on that. 1015, flight directors 1 and 2 turned on, and then come down to the main instrument panel. So turn these up, we've got the bright sunshine in the way. As you can see, the refueling panel is still open. Let's turn the first officer displays off, shall we? Danny, I could type it in, but obviously then by the time I've popped it out and that, I know I'm only going roughly. You're not trying to get bang on. You just want to get somewhere close. As long as you know how much you plan to load and how much you have loaded, and they match up, how much extra you've taken, stuff like that. It's all good. So that's all done. Our alignment in around 4 minutes. Status there is fine. Right then, so let's give you guys the operational flight plan for today. I'm just going to pop that into the chat for you, for anybody that wants to have that to hand. So let's get that information in from SimBrief. Clear that scratch pad out. 4 hours 27 minutes Paphos to London Gatwick. Okay, so our passenger weights today, check against the operational flight plan, 18,408 is correct. Zero fuel weight 59.4. Zero fuel weight centre of gravity. Let's just pop that somewhere a little closer. There we go. Okay, and we can now load that. What did I just set that to? 30.2. And load. Okay, so that gives us a gross weight at the moment of 71.3 tons and a takeoff weight of 70. Okay, we're still loading fuel, so that's obviously not going to be quite accurate just yet. But that's okay. We'll check that before we depart as well, of course. Right, so with all that set, let's check data page, aircraft status, LEAP engines, valid AIRAC cycle, and then let's get the uplink from our dispatch. So, the alternate is Birmingham, Echo Golf, Bravo, Bravo. Flight number today, real world flight number, you'll find this on Flight Radar 24 if anybody is looking, 37 Papa Romeo. Cost index of 8, flight level 380, and minus 56 is the temperature. The tropo is was a little bit higher than what the simulator's got there, so let's change that. 41,150. Pop that in. There we go. And the flight plan then. So, flight plan. We are departing runway 29. It's going to be the Genos 1 Whiskey departure. And insert, and then landing at London Gatwick. Arrival is going to be runway 26 left. That is the Kunav 1 Golf. There it is. And I now just need to check, is that going to be via Mayfield? I imagine it will be, but a quick check of the charts will confirm that. Let me just see. So Kunav should, yeah, that'll bring us in via Mayfield, and insert. Okay, 1,722 miles, and I've got 1,770 miles, so a slight discrepancy there. We'll go through and check what that looks like. I think GPS Primary has just kicked in actually, so let's just set that up. We'll put those into managed mode for now. Let's go to the plan mode and let's have a look. So there's our departure. That looks fine. I'll show you the charts in a moment once I've logged in on that. Just check as we scroll up through here. Yeah, that actually looks fine as well, so I'm not quite sure where it's 50 miles off, but no, that looks absolutely fine. Right, so that is the navigation all sorted. We don't need anything in the RadNav page. for this. Actually, do you know what I am going to do? I am going to put something in the RadNav page. I'm going to put the ILS frequency of our departing runway into the RadNav page, just because yesterday when I landed here, the ILS frequency took me or wasn't aligned with the runway, and it's not an offset localizer, so that shouldn't have happened. It's a handcrafted freeware mod, this airport, so we'll just test it. 108.9 is the ILS frequency, and to check that when we've lined up, we'll just turn that on. Okay, then on to the init B page. So our zero fuel weight and center of gravity is there. The trip wind is a headwind of 28, and fuel planning, so aircraft suggests we want 11.1. We're taking 13.7 tons, and I'm just going to double check, has that now finished loading? 13.7, yes it has. Okay, let's pop that in, 13.7 tons. And according to the operational flight plan, our alternate fuel is around 1.5 tons, rounded up. There we go. That gives us an extra 56 minutes flying time. So that's good. So the transition altitude then here at Paphos is 9,000 feet. Thrust reduction and acceleration. Just check what's the elevation here. Oh, that's spot on actually. 1,000 feet above the 1,000 feet above the aerodrome. It's going to be a flaps 1 departure. We're obviously going to be using toga with no flex temp takeoff calculations. And so V2 is 145, 141, and 140. All set. Right, so whilst I'm just waiting for the remaining passengers to get themselves loaded in, let's set ourselves up with Navigraph. So just bear with me a moment while I pop this code in. Yeah, so it's just something else, isn't it, along with the flypad that we've got to set up every time. If there was a way to store it, it would be lovely. Oh, I'm typing it on the wrong keyboard. That's not helping. That's why the view's moving around. Hang on, let me just quickly reset that. There we go. Hopefully I've not just turned something daft on and off as I've been typing that code in on my second screen. Charlie Juliet Hotel Charlie Sierra Alpha Bravo Delta. Okay, so that should flash up in a moment. Spring to life.
Traffic 55 request. Mark check.
There we go. And just close that down. Right, so what I want to do is very quickly, I'm just scanning, make sure I've not turned anything on or off, because I was pressing random keys there while trying to type that code in. Refueling is done. It's warm here, so let's get the APU on and we get the APU bleed so that passengers don't start burning up in the morning sun. Is the anti-ice on? What's the anti-ice doing on? Don't recall turning that on. Oh, hang on, that may have been some of the buttons that I was pressing. That would be why. Always worth checking when you've been typing in. Right, so that's all set. Let's have a look at these charts then. So we are parked at stand number 6, and we're going to push back facing east, northeast. We're going to then taxi out via Kilo and Golf, and then we're going to backtrack to runway 29. We're on the Generous One Whiskey departure, nice straightforward out departure, left turn after 500 feet, and it's an RNAV departure, so we can let autopilot require that. We need to be above 4,000 feet by Generous. Well, that's very easy for us to do. With no air traffic control in line, we can give ourselves our own initial climb out. So if we set a initial climb altitude of, oh, I don't know, 9,000 feet. That should be fine. Minimum safe altitude as we head out is 2,600 feet, and the transition altitude here is also 9,000 feet. So we'll set that to 9,000 feet. There it is, and all set. Right. Other things to be aware of then. The weather here is really, really nice. Don't need to concern ourselves too much with that. It's VMC conditions, and if we just check, we've got a light wind as well. Any problems, we will return here. But one thing to note, we are above the maximum landing weight, so we would either have to hold, burn our fuel, or run the overweight landing checklist, depending on the nature of the emergency. No times to be aware of. Nothing here that's going to affect our flight today. And threats to be aware of is the terrain to the north of the airfield. So if you did have a problem with our departure, then we would continue on the standard instrument departure, climb to safe altitude above minimum safe height to 4,000 feet, and then we would hold over the VOR just here, which we could actually put in the Paphos VOR as well. So let me go ahead and do that. All passengers sound like they are loaded.
Hello Captain, everyone is now on board and we're all set back here. Doors are closed and everyone is seated.
That's great, thank you. Pushback.
So we can now get rid of the power as we disconnect that. Oh, take your hose with you. I thought it was going to leave it there for a moment. Don't want that. So let's get ready to push back. Let's run the before start checklist and make sure that we're all set to go. So before start checklist. Cockpit preparation is all complete. Signs are on auto. Ideas 3 nav green. Fuel quantity is 13.7 tons. Takeoff weight is going to be around 73 tons. So that fuel quantity is loaded, checked and balanced. FMGS is set and coded, and QNH 1015 both set and cross-check. So, tug driver is now on his way.
Cabin crew, we're about ready to push back, so if you can start the door now, cross-check, thank you.
I will make the call onto Unicom. Paphos traffic, easy. 37 Papa Romeo, parking stand 6, pushing back, facing east on Kilo. So there is our pushback clearance that we've basically just given to ourselves. Get the beacon light on. Nozzle steering disconnected. Start the timer. Transponder is set. And we'll welcome everybody on board and start our push and get the engine started.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your captain speaking. My name is Gavin and I would like to welcome you on board this Easyjet aircraft. We expect a good flight with you today with no weather problems showing in front of us, so we should be pushing back within the next few minutes or so. For now, the ground crew have now finished loading the last of the baggage into the aircraft, so if you could get yourself seated and secured, then we can make sure we can depart on time. The cabin crew will shortly be providing their safety demonstration video, so it would be appreciated if you could give them your full attention. A special welcome on board to our Easyjetsimpilot members, and if you wish to inquire about becoming a member, please contact a member of the cabin crew or our Easyjet
We now ask for your attention while we take you through the safety procedures on this aircraft. A safety card is in your seat pocket showing the exit routes, oxygen masks, life jackets and brace position that you must adopt if you hear brace, brace. There are 2 emergency exits at the rear, 4 in the middle, and 2 at the front of the cabin. Floor lighting will guide you to an exit. Please be aware that your nearest exit may be behind you. In an emergency, leave all cabin baggage on board. Your seatbelt is fastened, adjusted, and released as shown. It must be fastened when the seatbelt signs are on, and we recommend that you keep it fastened at all times. If the air supply fails, masks will drop from above you. Pull a mask towards you to start the oxygen. Put the mask over your nose and mouth. Hold in place with the strap. Pull on each side to adjust. Put on your own mask before helping others. If we land on water, take the life jacket from under your seat. Put it over your head. Pass the tapes around your waist. Click together and pull the strap to adjust. Do not inflate it inside the aircraft. When outside, inflate by pulling the toggle. If it fails to inflate or needs topping up, blow into the tube. There is a light and whistle for attracting attention. We also carry flotation aids for children. Your tray table must now be stowed, armrest down, window blinds open, and seatbelt fastened. We wish you a pleasant flight with Easyjet.
Okay, so the pushback is now all completed. Now that's done, let's just run through the after starts. So engine mode to normal, ground control off, APU bleed can come off, anti-ice not required, APU off, and ground spoilers armed, rudder flaps 1. Set the trim, which is 30.7, and the after start checklist. So anti-ice not required, ecam status is checked, and pitch trim is 30.7, rudder trim is 0.
Paphos traffic VATSIM is taxiing to runway 29 via Hotel Charlie Bravo and holding short at Echo.
Hotel Charlie and Bravo. Where are my charts? I have no idea where that is. But there's British Airways just there. I've not heard a British Airways call sign on Unicom just yet. So that's a little bit interesting. Let's have a look and see, shall we? So we are on Kilo. We're going via Golf. Oh, right, okay. So I'm presuming that this aircraft here is using text, which is fine. So the pushback tug is now clear. Paphos traffic, Alpine 37 Papa Romeo on taxiway Kilo, as following the British Airways A320 taxiing via Kilo Golf, and will hold short, ready for backtrack runway 29. So whilst we're here, let's get a couple of things turned on. We'll do a flight control check as well. Full left, full right, and neutral. Full up, full down, neutral, rudder, full right, full left. Okay, we've given the taxi clearance, taxi lights are on. Release the parking brakes.
Paphos traffic
Let's go.
crossing runway 29R for Charlie and Bravo. So HD, you may not have been here at the start, my friend. I've just seen you on the chat. Good afternoon.
I've just turned the ILS on and tuned it to our ILS departure runway. I want to see where the needle is as we line up after yesterday's interesting arrival here at Paphos. Oh, I've just seen the chat. Are we discussing engine number 1 and number 2 start sequences by any chance? Right, okay, so I'm just going to hold here and wait for this British Airways to do as he's doing. Whilst we're holding, let's make good use of the time. So, departure briefing. Let's just double check the performance and ensure that we've got current QNH. Not that it matters really, as we're still doing in terms of performance, it doesn't matter, as we're still going to be doing takeoff toga power, but QNH is still the same. Engine out procedure, we would make a left turn, make sure we climb to 4,000 feet, and then taxi, and then fly and hold over the Paphos VOR to come back in, make a VOR ALS approach back here. We would need to run the overweight landing checklist, however, unless we've burnt fuel off. Departure matches what we got on the FMGC. Stop altitude we've given ourselves is 9,000 feet. So, with some traffic ahead of us, we're going to have to wait just here.
Paphos traffic, KLM 15 Alpha, pushback and start, facing east from stand 10.
Captain 79, so the ground control switch, that just ensures that you turn that on so the CRV works whilst the engines aren't running. Once the engines are running, you can turn that off, and it's powered by the engines. So, before takeoff checklist, to the line. Flight controls checked. Departure briefing confirmed. Flaps 1 config. FMA and takeoff data 140 blue, 145 magenta. Climb nav blue, 9,000 blue, 1 FD2 and toga takeoff. So what have we got? I think we've got a British Airways 320 and a Chewy in the Easyjet just down there. Oh goodness, for a moment there I thought that were an aircraft strobe light the far end of the runway. Thank goodness it is not.
Yeah, just to let you know, we will be holding our current position for a few moments. We're in a little bit of a queue at the moment, number of departures ahead of us, but we should be on our way very shortly. Thank you.
HD, you've got local knowledge. If there is a bit of a backlog of traffic here, would ATC ever get you obviously crossing from the terminals, then backtracking down the runway, exiting this taxiway here, and then stacking them up on this little circle bit just there, if you can see that, just to try and keep the traffic shifting? Yako, this is not a stock airport, no, this is a free mod available from VATSIM.to. So if they could do it, they would, HT. That's good to know.
Paphos traffic.
Not really
KLM
much point in us at the
15
moment. I've got one
taxi
aircraft ahead of us,
from
so
Kilo and Golf, holding short 29.
we shall wait until the company 320 has departed. Can't actually see from that position. Oh, there he is. So hopefully he'll start rolling down the runway pretty soon. And then after the departing company 320 we will
Paphos traffic Easyjetsimpilot is
backtrack.
to 9 knots.
So there's his call. Paphos traffic Easy 37 Papa Romeo behind the departing company Airbus A320. We will enter runway 29, backtrack behind departing company A320. HD Mavericks may have gone to go and study the hydraulic systems of the A320. Here he is. We'll wait for him to pass, then we'll get all our lights on.
Cabin crew, seats for takeoff, please.
Okay, strobes, lights, taxi. Turn those packs off. Also get the TCAS and things turned on. Transponder. Paphos traffic, Easy 37 Papa Romeo. Backtracking now, runway 29. Paradox, I'm still using Toga just because there's no flex calculator available that we know of at the moment. And to be fair, it's warmish weather and we're a little bit heavy with the amount of fuel we've got on board today. So why not? So the before start checklist below the line. Cabin is secured for takeoff. Engine mode selector is norm. TCAS, TARA, packs are off. Anti-ice is off. HD, I'm sure I'm sure it is possible out of here. I'm just not utilising it. Do we have a turning circle here? It's certainly wide enough. So nice and steady turn. Which is certainly probably easier to do in real life than it is here in the simulator. Baggy Sim, is there a flex temp calculator on flightsim.to? I wasn't aware of that. I might have to check that out. Now this is interesting. So I've lined up, and this is just a check for me following the arrival here yesterday. That ILS is spot on. So goodness knows what happened yesterday. Must have been a sim bug of some description. But there we go. Anyway, let's get out of here, shall we? Paphos traffic, Easy37 Papa Romeo departing runway 29 on the Genos 1 Whiskey departure. Okay, so let's take off. Start the chrono. 50% and 1. And thrust stable, set takeoff thrust, man toga, SRS, and runway as we have that keyed in. And V1, rotate.
Positive reform, gear up.
Not until we've passed 500 feet do we make that left turn. Now we can continue to follow those flight directors. And let's set our climb thrust. Thrust climb. Let's get those packs back on. And I'm going to engage autopilot 1 while I do that, so pack 1. Continuing our to accelerate away now. Let's get pack 2 back on. Four hours 30 minutes roughly the flight time, and we're away just a little bit after 10 AM here in the UK, so that's good. Good for me personally, I mean. Makes no difference to you guys maybe, but hopefully we'll give you a decent flight today as we're heading back to England. Pass S-speed, flap 0, ground spoilers disarmed. Matt HD doesn't need to answer anything regarding his home base, airline or anything like that. Just to know that he is a real world 320 pilot. Okay, so still with no air traffic control, let's give ourselves a bit of a higher flight level. So let's set flight level 200, standard pressure. And if you've enjoyed the stream so far this morning, please do consider hitting the like button. It really does help with our rankings here on YouTube, so if you don't mind, it would be really appreciated. And we're just passing 6,000 feet. Big thanks to those of you liking and sharing the stream on Facebook for me as well. Let's release the cabin crew.
Paphos traffic KLM 15 Alpha is backtracking down runway 29.
Take the ground radar off and just see, but I'm pretty certain that the weather isn't going to be much of a factor for us today. So how strange that yesterday when we came into land at Paphos, it just, if it had flown the ILS frequency, it had just landed us in a field somewhere.
While the seatbelt sign is on. We recommend that you keep your seatbelt fastened whenever you are seated. Toilets are located at each end of the cabin. Remember that smoking is not permitted at any time. This includes e-cigarettes.
Coming up on 10,000 feet, lights off. We'll clear the rad nav out. I didn't really need much in there anyway, but just as a matter of interest really, I wanted to put the ILS frequency in. Nice to see that the runway FMA came up once we got the ILS frequency there. So that was quite neat. And check our progress page. So we're looking for flight level 380. However, our recommended max is 375. So that will probably creep up as we burn fuel in the climb. For now, though, let's set 350. Sorry, 360. 360. So set 360 and 360 blue. And I will come back in the chat in a moment, see if there's anything that I've missed. Danny, so you go standard when you have set or been cleared to a flight level above the transition altitude. Yes, Danny, that is correct. You don't have to wait until you're actually passing through the transition altitude at your airport before going standard or local pressure. As soon as you clear to a flight level, go standard pressure. As soon as you clear to an altitude, go local pressure. Blue, how do you get the smooth transitioning between the views? Okay, so these are custom views that I've set up, and I've just assigned them then to a button on the side stick, which you can obviously then you can use, as you can see. And if you want those views, you can actually download them. Very, very quick and easy to install. They're available on our Discord channel. Neptune, the cabin sounds come from an external payware add-on called Self-Loading Cargo.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has now turned off the seatbelt sign and you are now free to move around the cabin. We do recommend, however, when in your seat, that you keep your seatbelt fastened at all times in case of unexpected turbulence. The toilets are now available. Please contact a member of the cabin crew if you require assistance. Thank you.
So it is a beautiful clear day out over Cyprus today, and we'll see what the weather is going to be like over the Greek Isles as we check some en route weathers. Craig Salter, good morning, hope you're well. Occasionally we do fly in Asia, normally on the long haul flights. Today we're kind of doing a bit of a special long haul flight. Normally what happens, if you're new to the channel, what normally happens is on a Monday we do what's called Mileage Monday, where we don't fly Easyjet, we fly another real world route somewhere around the world, but for a different airline. It changes every week, and that's normally around between 4.5–5.5 hour flight. Today is Thursday. It was a bank holiday here on Monday, so we didn't do the Mileage Monday here as I wasn't working, and then we decided we'd just do it today on a Thursday. But we've also picked an EasyJet flight for this today. It's a 4.5 hour flight. I think it certainly would qualify. So let me just call up the Nightbot to do my bidding, and all the information is on the Discord server, so join that and you'll find the camera views, etc. in the pilot's briefing room. Blue Helmet, if you've already got the cameras, then you just need to assign them to a key, and that's in the control settings of Microsoft Flight Simulator itself. Norbert, why do I switch the packs off? So the pressurized air conditioning system. So the packs are turned off because the packs are supplied by the engines under normal circumstances, and for departure, when we're taking off, we obviously want to have the engines working at maximum performance, so no air beam tapped off. So we just turn those off just for the departure, and then once we're airborne and we're past the thrust reduction and acceleration, then we put the packs back on. Don't forget to put the packs back on, or your passengers will asphyxiate. Craig, you're good. You've got a coffee. You sat at your desk, and you probably should be thinking about starting work. Yeah, me too. Actually, once we get up to cruise, I'm going to go and grab myself a cup of tea. I'm not on the jam and toast tea. I've got biscuit tea, which, while nice, the jam and toast tea still eludes me. With HD taunting me because he's got bags of the stuff his way. Summit, you've done this route in real life. Great stuff. Good morning, Steve, Electric Palm. Hope you are well. Interactive Studio, you're currently trying to learn to fly using VOR on the 320. You have a quick question? Yes, certainly, go ahead. Jake, if I want an alternate to the Web Pro, you pushed it in the pilot's lounge in the server. Oh, thank you very much, Jake. I shall certainly check that out. Trev, glad you like the streams, mate. Hope we'll keep you entertained throughout the day. And Interactive Studio, is there a way to quickly switch VOR1 and VOR2? Okay, so strange thing about this, if I just come down to the RadNav page, it's easy to show you. So you've obviously got the chance of putting a VOR1 here, VOR2 here. Well, VOR1 can only be shown on the left-hand screen, so the pilot's screen, which is flipped just here. You can get the information and the distances, but the actual arrows for VOR2 are only shown on the second screen. So whilst you can get the information, this VOR rows links to VOR1, not VOR2, and this VOR rows over here is VOR2 and not VOR1. So I hope I explained that sort of. Matt, you can't beat a good Ovaltine. Well, if it wasn't 10:15 in the morning here, there's a good chance that hot chocolate with dunks of amaretto is another favourite of mine, but maybe not at this time in the morning. JJ, is it the Western Italian route home, or is it the northerly route over Turkey, Central Europe? Okay, if I bring up the VFR map, and I shall show you the route that we've got. So, as you can see, we're out then over the Greek Isles, but it is going to be Turkey, and then it's a shame I can't zoom out any further on this, but it's basically Turkey, and then up through Europe, over the Alps, and then into London Gatwick. And Martin, well, am I flying the standard Azobo? No, I'm flying the fly-by-wires, the modded one. I don't think I could ever go back to the standard ever since flying the fly-by-wires. There's just so many more realistic features here on the fly-by-wire. So there we go, as expected now. We've burnt off some fuel. We can now get us up to flight level 380. One thing I'm going to check, I don't think it's planned any step climbs or anything daft like that. But if we go to the operational flight plan, zoom all the way down to the last page. No, I was at 380 for the entire duration of the flight. So let's set that up. Flight level 380, 380 blue. There we go. Up we go. HD, you mentioned this yesterday. You said you'd let us know if we're flying into Turkish airspace. They hate each other, so they don't talk to each other and they don't hand each other the aircraft off. So at the moment, we've not got any air traffic control. I'd like to think that maybe the VATSIM controllers are they could either be ultra realistic and not talk to each other, or they may be a little bit more friendly than the real world. Christian, you've got to go back to work. Hopefully back with you for the landing. Yes, the landing should be in about 4 hours' time. Wayne, good afternoon. Didn't see you there. And Captain 79, good to see you as well. Captain 79, have I done any videos on Navigraph reading and understanding the charts? No, I haven't actually. It is something that I get asked quite a bit. I love the fact that there's a group of flight information regions that just don't speak to each other. That sounds highly highly dangerous. Willie 8900, I'm very well, thank you. Hope you are as well. Kim, good morning. And Fugitive Car Gaming, good morning to you as well. We're just monitoring this climb now. Slowly climbing up towards our cruising altitude today of flight level 380. We're about to pass flight level 320. And hopefully we shall have some, with the beautiful clear skies we have today, have some nice nice scenery for you all to enjoy as well. We all know Microsoft Flight Simulator is fantastic with its scenery.
In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase a selection of hot beverages, together with drinks and snacks from the bar. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we can be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
Simon, good morning, hope you're well. Just listening to that cabin announcement there, when they ask for the correct change, does that mean that they price things at nice round whole numbers, or are things still such as £7.95p? It's much more difficult to find 95p in correct change than it is £8. Willie 89, you really hope the landing will be buttered. Well, you have to come back in about 4 hours to find out. Chubby, you're wondering how bad the frame rates are in Gatwick, as you know it's pretty bad. Well, interestingly enough, we did a live tutorial flight last night flying into Gatwick, and it was fabulous. Absolutely no problems whatsoever. Mitcha, what do I think about giving myself directs when on Unicom? I'm not against it. We have done it in the past. Craig, I am indeed using the free Gatwick add-on, so if you've not seen that before, check that out when we land. HD, the things are still round numbers. Your missus informed you. No prizes for getting where you met your wife. Good evening, Paul. Hope you're well. Danny, good morning. Yeah, and it makes sense, doesn't it? No one has 99 pence in change. Mavericks, I fly on the developer version from Fly-by-Wire. The custom autopilot is just far superior. And just checking, we probably don't need to do any directs or anything daft like that. It's quite a nice direct route. There's a little dog leg there, but nothing out of the ordinary. Chumi, that is a good point. When you're on VATSIM and currently getting extra aircraft, that is different. It'll be nice if we've got air traffic control in when we get to Gatwick. There is usually air traffic control on VATSIM at Gatwick, but we shall soon see. Daniel, Gatwick is indeed busy for Easyjet flights, as it is one of their main hubs. Neptuno, the cabin sound pack. So the program I use for the cabin sounds is from Self-Loading Cargo, but it is a sound pack that I actually spent a few hours putting together myself. It's not available to purchase, but I am putting it together as a zip file, which I just need to really get uploaded, and it will be available for some of the channel members. Paul, when is the next world update? I keep seeing that. I'm not actually seeing the seeing a date for that. HD, I'm still using fuel factor 8 plus 8. I've taken an extra ton of fuel. We'll see what happens. As you can see, still climbing slowly. We can have a look at doing a fuel check pretty soon, though. As we head to Ivino and Excella. Mad Pilot, quick question. In your FMC, you can't get the destination METAR in your printer. You don't have any METAR software you're using. Right, so you don't, as long as you're using the fly-by-wire aircraft, you don't need any external software, just the fly-by-wire mod, and it's on the McDo menu, ATSU, AOC menu, and then if you just go for a weather request, send that off, that should come to you. You can, in your options, go to the McDo menu and then go to options just down here, and you can set where you want to get your METAR from. I think that comes from the AOC, and there you go. So the source for the METAR, source for the ATIS, and you can change these, but normally what I tend to do is leave it at Meteor Blue, which is what Microsoft Flight Simulator is using, and that would make sense. Okay, so we're going to be at our cruising altitude in a moment, and we'll do a fuel check then at Ivino. So looking about 11.6 tons at Ivino. So we loaded a ton of extra fuel. We'll check the contingency as well in a moment. Gary, you've just woken up early in Florida. Don't make me sick. And Mac Alt Star. And Alt Cruise. We're now at our cruising altitude. Okay, so we'll do a check at a moment at Ivino. So the operational flight plan, which I will just pop into the chat again for anyone that has joined late on and wants to download that. There's the operational flight plan we're using for today. So Ivino after 23 minutes. Actually, looking at that, we should be there about 25 minutes after departure. We're pretty much going to be bang on time with that. We're still 7 miles away. And minimum fuel remaining should be 10. About 10.2 tons. So we started with, what did we load? We loaded 13.7 tons. What have we got now? We've got about 11.6 tons. And minus the extra ton that we had, the contingency is around 500. So 1,000 1.5 tons extra fuel on board. And what are we showing at Avino? We're showing Avino at 10,254, and that's right. Okay, so we've probably burnt in that climb an extra 150 kilograms of fuel, if my maths is correct and I've worked that out right. So potentially, because we are heavier than a normal short haul flight, it's taken a bit more fuel burn to get us up to our cruising altitude. Yeah, HD. We'll do some fuel checks every hour or so then. So that's the first one. At Avino was about 11.6 tons. As we pass that, what I might do is print off the OFP. That might be easier. That's how it would be done in the real world. Jake, I could pin that, couldn't I? Lucy Louise, you've just had your breakfast in Manchester. Very nice. Christian, hello. You look ill. You were wasted last night, apparently. Feeling it today, I'm guessing. Oh, HD, have they done away with paper? Is it all on the iPad now? Do they give you a little stylus then, so you can write in the figures? HD, that's what you've not seen before, the hydraulics page. Not quite sure how much of it is modelled yet, but obviously we've now got a visual representation. And so fuel used about 2.2 tons. Yep, that adds up. Willie, good afternoon, sir. Hope you're well. Afternoon, good morning. HD, they made you buy your own stylus with your Christmas bonus. I love it. Well, Christian, if you're feeling rough, I'll try and keep the flight as smooth as possible for you today. I can't promise anything. HD, let's start the yellow electric pump. Hang on then. Right, so let's have a look down here and let's pop that on. See if we get anything changing on the. I say I don't know how well this is modelled yet, or whether it's just an image. Christian, are only the brakes modelled? You can turn them on or off, etc. Okay. But it has gone green. So if we turn that back off, oh, there we go. Yeah. Not sure we can deploy the rapid air turbine just yet. We could do that then, HD. We could do that properly when we land at Gatwick. So once we've got the APU available and the electric pump is green, and shut down engine 2 and taxi in.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck, you'll be delighted to hear that we're now at our cruising altitude, and we hope to give you nice views throughout the flight as we have good weather ahead and shouldn't be experiencing any turbulence. Of course, this means that you will not spill any of your drinks that you may have from the cabin crew as they begin to start making their way around the aircraft. Could you please ensure that the aisles are kept clear so the cabin crew can offer you their cabin service, which will begin shortly. A reminder that Easyjetsimpilot channel members are able to access free drinks throughout the duration of the flight. Thank you, and I invite you to sit back, relax, and enjoy the remainder of the flight.
So hopefully now we're plain sailing for the next 4 hours. We should be on the ground in 4 hours. Now this is working. I'm going to have to go and quickly dig out my hydraulics papers and brush up on those. So we know 3000 is the normal operating PSI, and HD's confirmed that. But yeah, there's a host of other things that we can potentially have a look at. Maybe in a bit more of a tutorial video to come then on this. We'll not mess around too much with that in flight. But yeah, it's nice to know that is working, and we'll see how far that progresses with its modelling as well as we go. Let's turn off the landing system, we don't require that, and we'll also clear the company message. There we go, and as you can see, all that early morning mist from Gatwick has burnt off indeed. Visibility is good. We'll see what that's like a little closer we get. And our flight route, as you can see, where we are at the moment, we'll check the en route weathers, and then I'm going to head back to the galley for a well-earned cup of tea this morning. So, en route weathers, we'll have a look. And if we have a look at both Athens and Antalya, I think. So there's Athens and Antalya, which is Lima Tango Alpha India. Send those off, wait for those to come. There's that company message. So a quick read of these. So obviously not too bothered about Gatwick at the moment. What have we got in Athens? Wind's good, visibility good, no significant changes, and Antalya. Ceiling and visibility okay, but it does have wind shear reported for runway 36. Not often you see that, well certainly not often I've seen that whilst flying around. But either way, that's now all checked. And final check, any air traffic control around? Nothing that we are going to be flying into. Okay guys, so I'm going to come off the microphone now as I head back to the galley and go and grab me my breakfast. I haven't had breakfast yet, as we start this stream early today. And I'm going to grab some breakfast, grab a cup of biscuit tea, and I'll be with you in the chat room. We'll be landing in a little under 4 hours time. I'll be with you in the chat room on YouTube during that time. Until then, enjoy the rest of the flight. Just very quickly, Mavericks, is it normal landing or ILS? Not quite sure what you mean. As what would an abnormal landing be in your book? It should be an ILS approach. So I'll speak to all you guys in the chat very soon. Thanks for watching, guys. And Jonathan, I hope you're still in chat, my friend. I did miss that, so my apologies there to Jonathan, who donated $10 and says great quality content should always be helped. Love the videos and learning a lot with them. So thank you very, very much for that, Jonathan. I hope to see you. I hope to see you throughout the rest of this flight. Speak to you soon.
Ankara Center, Turkish 4 Uniform Moscow with you, climbing 100.
Turkish 4 Uniform Moscow identified, climb flight level 270, proceed direct to Latka.
Climb flight level 270, proceed direct to Latka, Turkish 4 Uniform Moscow. Correction, Turkish 4 Uniform Moscow.
Ankara Control Center, Romeo Bravo, making cockpit.
Romeo Bravo, welcome back. Lufthansa 2700, descend to altitude 7,000 feet.
7,000 to 700.
Center 3 Romeo Bravo, Bulut 1 Alpha arrival, correction, VRDME ILS 2 runway 25.
Bulut Panalpha arrival, ILS DME 25, Romeo Bravo.
Ankara Control, good day, Lufthansa 631.
Lufthansa 631, good day, go ahead.
Lufthansa 631, flight level 380 and Mach is 0.83.
Lufthansa 631, you are currently out of my airspace. You can contact me around Dassis intersection.
Lufthansa 631, Roger.
Ankara Control, Scandinavian 85515, Information Alpha, requesting clearance to Copenhagen.
Scandinavian 8558, clear to destination Copenhagen via Ibla 3 Echo departure. Departure runway 36. Initial climb is 8,000 feet and squawk 3332.
Clear destination Copenhagen via the India 3 Echo departure, runway 36. Initial climb 8,000, squawk 3332, Scandinavian 8558.
Scandinavian 8558, readback is correct, call for push and start.
Scandinavian 8558, roger.
Request order for pit for 5 minutes, Turkish 4 uniform Oscar.
4 uniform Oscar, approved, break 9915, we are 555.
Roger, sir, thank you very much. Request Lima Tango Bravo Juliet Alman Media Staples.
Turkish 9915, clear to Adnan Menderes via Ilgus 3 Echo, runway 36, squawk 3256.
Roger, sir, we are cleared our destination on Menderes Airport. Departure Ingus 3 Echo and squawk from runway 36, squawk 3256, Turkish 991.
Turkish 9915, feedback is correct, call for taxi, break Lufthansa 2700, turn right heading 100 and descent 5,000 feet.
Heading 100, descending 5,000, Lufthansa 2700. Radar, hello, Lufthansa 704, level 330 to Naman.
Lufthansa 704, hello, Ankara Control, radar contact. Proceed direct to Leslie, Lima Echo, Sierra Romeo, India.
Direct to Ledgely, Lufthansa 704, thanks.
Sierra Echo, Oscar, say tensions after Yalova.
Back for ILS runway 34, actually Bravo Oscar.
Sierra Echo, Oscar, Roger, continue on heading 030 and expect ILS approach runway 24.
Continue on heading 030 and expedite from the approach runway 24.
Lufthansa 2700, continue descent 4,000 feet.
Continue 4,000, Lufthansa 2700.
Ankara Control, Turkish 9915, sir, request to taxi runway 36.
Turkish 9915, holding point 36 via Foxtrot 7, Golf 9er, Golf and Golf 6 Alpha.
Roger, sir, we are holding point runway 36,
side Foxtrot 7, continue towards liner, course, and board 6 Alpha British and 1. Affirm. Lufthansa 2700 turn, right heading 210, descent 3000 feet, clear localizer approach, runway 18 left.
Right heading 210, descending 3000, cleared localizer approach 2700.
Sierra Coast Guard 1 ready, descent 5500 feet.
Descent 5500 feet, Sierra clear, Bravo Coast Guard.
Istanbul 333, expect Ersan 1 Alpha arrival, ILS Zulu, runway 36.
ILS Zulu 36 via Ersan 1 Alpha, Istanbul 333.
We have all this point 10836.
Turkish 90915, wind 360 degrees, 12 knots, clear for takeoff, runway 36.
Well, just bring us coffee and we have clear to take off from 10836.
Lufthansa 2700, clear to land, runway 18 left, wind is 150 degrees, 11 knots.
Alright, clear to land to 700.
Lufthansa 704, crest climb level 350.
Lufthansa 704, clear to climb level 350.
Climb 350, Lufthansa 704. Request descent Istanbul 333.
Istanbul 333, descent via start to flight level 250.
Via start 250, Istanbul 333. Back to cockpit 4 uniform, Oscar.
Turkish 4 uniform, Oscar, welcome back. Expect Lakka 1 Papa, ILS Zulu, runway 21 right.
Vodka 1 Papa LS, runway Zulu 21 right, Turkish 4 Uniform Oscar.
Scandinavian 8558, request push to start.
Scandinavian 8558, confirm, squawking 3332.
Scandinavian 8558, now squawking 3332.
Scandinavian 8558, take your push-up, start left route, face the west, QNH 1020.
Approved, face west, QNH 1020, Scandinavian 8558.
Sierra Echo Oscar, left heading 360.
Left 360, Sierra X-ray Bravo Oscar.
Turkish 4 Uniform Oscar, direct Alpha Charlie 444.
Direct Alpha Charlie 344, Turkish 4 Uniform Oscar.
Turkish 9915, we are airborne and just passing 3,000 feet.
Turkish 99155, identified climb flight level 260.
Roger, sir, we are continuing climb 260 Turkish 9915.
Istanbul 333, proceed direct to Vaspe.
Direct to Vaspe, Istanbul 333.
Istanbul 333, continue distance 5,000 feet, QNH 1020.
5,000 feet on QNH 1020, Istanbul 333.
Hotel that 1000 and indicated.
There are 9900, climb flight level 340.
Climbing 340 and 99.
Olympic 883, turn left heading 070. From 71 Echo Fox, clear turn number runway 34, we are miles kilo 512.
Good on up 34, we are picking up
Option 310, backtrack, repeat the altitude, turn 1. There are 9900, proceed direct to Market.
proceeding to market and 9990.
November Yankee, wind 140 degrees, 3 knots, runway 34, clear to land.
Land from here.
Olympic 883, turn right heading 210, clear to LS London, runway 24. Olympic 83, descend 1,500, further with a glide. This is 44 Delta, wind 340 degrees, 20 knots, runway 32, clear to land.
Tanzania 5695, descent flight level 110.
Unicom on 122.8, thanks for the service, goodbye.
Easyjet 54, also Unicom 122.8, flying.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye. Traffic 883, 2303, 15 knots, runway 24, straight left. Tanzania 5695, if convenient, proceed direct Delta Echo Lima 1 correct flight.
Delta, Zero Select Charlie is leaving your airspace. Inbound beam is request to reach your frequency from London Gatwick 122.8. Alpha Airport 9 Charlie, speed coming to by. London Unicom 122.8, bye-bye.
Charlie, Juliet, Sun. Delta Alpha 1 Alpha, 8.
1-8, and we're now.
Santa Monica Fox, backtrack, Gateway Alpha 1, stand 1.
Backtrack, the Gateway Alpha 1, stand 1.
Transavia 5695, descent 7000, QNH 1018. Transavia 5695, affirm clear for the VOR BME runway 30. Hello, London 03 Bravo, good morning, clear to Munich, runway 16, all gut to Delta departure, climb flight level 80, squawk 2074. London 03 Bravo, FM, all gut to November. London 03 Bravo, recheck. Bye-bye. International 2442, hello, no flight plan received. International 2442, squawk 7056. 7056. National 2442 identified, proceed direct Ormos 1 Charlie arriving. Direct Ormos 1 Charlie arriving.
In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase from our selection of fresh food available today. Full details can be found in your in-flight brochure. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated. And if we can be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
On the ground call for A320, correct, that's Gatwick.
Again, Easy-18 Juliet Kilo, clear to Gatwick, runway 16, all got to Delta departure, climb flight level 80, squawk 2056.
Clear to Gatwick, all got to Delta departure, runway 16, climb initially flight level 080, and set squawk 2056 for Easy-18 Juliet Kilo.
Easy-18 Juliet Kilo, read accurate.
Request taxi.
Lufthansa 03 Bravo, taxi via Alpha, holding point Alpha 3, runway 16.
Via Alpha, holding point Alpha 3, runway 16, Lufthansa 03 Bravo.
Guidance control, good afternoon. This is Lufthansa 1 Alpha Bravo, passing flight 294 inbound Romeo 257 Sierra. Requesting VOR Alpha 16.
Lufthansa 1 Alpha Bravo, hello, identified, descent flight level 80, expect VOR Alpha, runway 16.
Thank you. Descending to flight level 80 and expecting VOR Alpha, runway 16, Lufthansa 1 Alpha Bravo.
Lufthansa 2 Victor Romeo 370 inbound Tango Romeo Lima.
Hello, Lufthansa 2 Victor Romeo, FMs identified, proceed direct to Russos 2 Whiskey arrival, VOR Zulu, runway 11.
Guide Russos, get Russos to VOR Zulu 11, Lufthansa 2 Victor Romeo.
Lufthansa 1 Alpha Bravo, report heading.
Heading is 175 at the moment.
Lufthansa 1 Alpha Bravo, turn right by 5 degrees, heading 10, vectoring via 1 Alpha.
Thank you for vectoring for the arrival right by 5 degrees to 180 Lufthansa 1 Alpha Bravo.
Lufthansa 03 Bravo, wind 140 degrees 6 knots, runway 16, clear takeoff.
Runway 16, clear takeoff, Lufthansa 74.
Heavy, good morning, squawk 0044. Start of approach, QNH 1020. Identified, proceed direct to London. Proceed direct to London, identified, flight level 330. Transavia 5695, again Paphos 350 degrees, 10 knots, runway 09, set left. Lufthansa 1 Alpha Bravo, descent altitude to 4000, QNH 441020.
Thank you, altitude 4000,
Lufthansa 60 Bravo, identified, flight level 240. 3, hello, identified, information from the correct, proceed direct to net. Pre-takeoff on 16 with 140 degrees. The 1 Alpha Bravo, proceed direct to 7 knots, clear VOR outside of the direction. Clear 7 knots, clear VOR outside of the
Αθήνα, καλημέρα, level 160.
Καλημέρα, Olympic 160.
Γεια σου Τόλι, 160 Ηράκλειον, request excellent destination Larnaca.
Olympic 160, clear to Larnaca, runway 27, India 3 Charlie departure, climb flight level 100, squawk 2067.
Larnaca, runway 27, India 3 Charlie, initial clear flight level 100, 2067 on level 1.
160 is back. Kilo identified, flight flight level 242. Yeah, 5695, fast track 388, the Alpha 3, stand 1. Juliet Kilo, proceed direct Volca.
Direct Volca.
Asia 973, squawk 7006. Pacific 160, start approved 1020.
170, start approved, delivery 160.
Ukraine International 2442, proceed direct to Gatwick.
Airport flight Lufthansa 1 Alpha.
Lufthansa 1 Alpha Bravo Roger, continue approach.
Continue approach
Lufthansa 03 Bravo, Unicom 122 decimal 8, no private ADC, bye.
Unicom 122 decimal 8, Lufthansa 03 Bravo, thanks a lot, bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Lufthansa 03 Bravo, Unicom 122 decimal 8, schönes, Dankeschön, bye.
Ciao. Lufthansa 1 Alpha Bravo, 150 degrees for north, runway 16, clear the land.
Clear that runway 16, Charlie downwind from Quebec.
Ciao, ciao.
Olympic 160, taxi.
Olympic 160, Delta cross 30, calling point 27.
Delta cross 30, runway 27.
Ukraine National 24, section 2442, descent flight level 170. Yeah, 973, descent flight level 190. Easy 18 Juliet Kilo, Unicom 122 decimal 8, no further ATC, bye.
Cheers, mate. Easy. 9 Juliet. Yeah, back to it.
but I see if you want to over the 13. Telsbreak Imagine Sales, grid 310 information, Delta, Alpha current, Samos and spot. 3310 Info Delta, correct, clear to Samos, runway 03 right, Kia 2 Tango departure, climb 7000, squawk 6704. Okay, we're clear to Samos, Kilo Echo Alpha departure 2 Tango, initial climb 6, correction 7000 and squawk 6704. Clear to 310. 3310 with expect. Los Angeles to Victor Romeo, when ready, descent flight level 130.
One ready, flight level 130.
Andrea 528 for startup. Okay, 528, startup approved 1020. Approved 1020, 100%. Geo 973, turn left heading 080, vectoring ILS Zulu 039. Kia 973, descend 6000, Killing Southlands 1021.
Radar, good day, Lufthansa 1757, radio check.
1757, Buda, level 5, hello.
Perfect, Lufthansa 1757, FFU, information verified on board, requesting clearance, Munich.
Lufthansa 1757 for Delta correct, clear to Munich, runway 03 right, Kilo Romeo Oscar 2 Tango departure, climb 7000, squawk 2052.
A1, the departure route is the Kilo Romeo Oscar 2 Tango.
Affirmative.
Alright, Lufthansa 1757 is clear to Munich via the Kilo Romeo Oscar 2 Tango departure out of runway 03 right, initial climb 7000 feet, squawk 2052, Lufthansa 1757.
Lufthansa 1757, repeat.
Adria 528, are you taxi?
Adria 528 via Delta cross 30, calling point 27.
Delta 30 approved and calling point 2756.
Ukraine International 2442, clear to VORTME, runway 09.
Here, VORTME 09.
Thanks for it. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Lufthansa 107. Lufthansa 2 Victor Romeo, via start, descent altitude 4000, QNH Hanya 1020.
This start descent 4000,
FG 973, descent 4000. Adria 528, 340 degrees 8 knots, runway 27, clear to go.
I understand, clear to take off Adria 528.
flight identified, climb flight level 380.
Level 380 on the flight.
A330 San Bravo is ask International 2442, wind 340 degrees, safe north, runway 09, clear to land.
09 clear to land,
Echo 310, taking your request. Delta 3 to departure. Echo 310, taxi straight ahead, Delta 7 Delta, holding point Delta 2, runway 039.
Taxi 0 point Delta 2, runway 0 by Delta 7 Delta. Echo 310.
Nigeria 973, left 070, clear dial Zulu 039. Hello, Ryanair 2117, check to Praha, runway 24, Kotik 2 Alpha departure, climb flight level 100, squawk 2060.
In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase a selection of hot beverages, together with drinks and snacks from the bar. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we could be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
Passenger 2 Victor Romeo, cleared VOR Zulu, runway 11, report status. Prior to 170, flat off route, QNH 1016.
Lufthansa 1757, request taxi.
Lufthansa 1757, taxi Echo, Delta 5 Delta, calling point Delta 1039.
Say that again, please.
Lufthansa 1757, Echo, Delta 5 Delta, calling point Delta 1039.
Okay, taxiing to holding point runway 03 right via Echo Delta 5 Delta 1.
G973, gear to land 03 right, 0903 973, clear to land 03 right, 0937.
Argentina, Calimera, Ryanair 884. Ryanair 884, I'm still outside your airspace. Just would like to advise you that my top of descent is roughly 25 to 30 miles after Kerkira. I might join you descending. Do you want me to be at any level once I join your airspace? Safe level 360, 7052, Ryanair 884. Dinov and then Longboat, we would like to ask runway 10, we are approaching instead. So 310 at 7, Longboat direct, expect direct to the 10, Ryanair 884.
Okay guys, so it seems like things are not going to plan today. PC does not want to play ball, and I'm having to hand fly because due to the low frame rates, the autopilot can't keep up with the information. I've come off of VATSIM, obviously. I'm also just going to get rid of the FlyLife Studio banner at the top. And let's have a look and see what's happening and what we can do. So we may just have to pretend that a passenger has been taken ill or something daft and try and divert, although I'll be honest with you, trying to fly with the frame rates that we're getting here is a bit annoying. Having said that, we could try something. Where are we? Now we're 620 miles from a Kunav. So I do have an option. We have seen things before. We have seen it before where I've had to restart the sim due to issues. And as you can see, the FPS is just being obliterated at the moment. So in order to get into Gatwick, because I would still like to do this, then what we may look at doing is I'm going to restart the sim. Air Trooper, no, there's no Windows update. We've basically turned Windows updates off for the time being, but I just can't fly with these frame rates. It's nigh on impossible, isn't it? So what I'm going to do is, as I say, we've come off of VATSIM. I'm going to exit the sim. Let me just set up the streaming software. You can stick with me while I do this. So let me just change this so that you guys can see what's going on. Right, so I'm going to, I just want to put a display capture on here so you can see what's happening. So all we're going to be doing is I'm going to close the sim down, and then I'm hopefully going to restart it, and we're going to come in at a different point. So where are we? Unfortunately, because we haven't got any other waypoint nearby other than Kunav, we're just going to have to load in at Kunav and carry on. So I can do that. Right. So we're going to go back to the main menu and close this down. Self-loading cargo are now asking me to please open the doors and our landing rate is 0 feet per minute, not firm enough. Let's close that. Let's quit to desktop. So once that's done that, so everything else on the PC is running absolutely beautifully. It's very, very smooth, very fast. I'm just going to download the flight plan. Where is it? So we'll download that. That'll be coming in a second. That's now downloaded. I'm now going to check that everything in the task manager is still running nicely, which it is. Yeah, no problems there. Let's reload the flight simulator and see if we can get it up and running again. Dr. Magic, can you start in the air, or is that a really bad idea? it's a necessity. We'll probably load in and it'll bounce around for a minute or two, but it's okay. What's really nice is it takes usually less than 3 minutes for me to launch the simulator and get it all working again. That is, of course, when everything is working. We'll see how it works with that. So if I just bring the task manager back up, I'm aware you guys can't see this at the moment. So task manager processes are all very good. Nothing wrong with nothing wrong there. We've got CPU only working about 25% at the moment. Memory's nice and low as well, only about 19%. I think the disk is the problem at the moment. Matt P, not a crash to desktop. It's sort of a well, it's sort of a commanded crash to desktop because our frame rate's just disappeared. So we're just going to respawn back in. Mitzvah, we can't spawn at a waypoint that isn't on our flight plan. So we'll have a look and see how we go on with that. Okay, so hopefully you guys will now be able to see Microsoft Flight Simulator is loading back in again. Hyacinth, we quickly did a reset just because we had we basically had frame rate problems. We lost about 20 minutes of time as well. You can see the clock was running slow. Christian, that's a good idea. Should we set the priority to low as well? See if that makes a difference. Okay, so let me go ahead and do that. So we'll set priority low and see how that works, Christian. So we've done that. Close that down. I mean, this is really frustrating when you think of the amount of streams that we've done since I reinstalled everything. We've had absolutely no issues, including the long haul flights as well. So once this is done, I need to load that flight plan back in, and we'll just respawn at Kunav, try and make up a bit of the time that we lost. Dr. Magic, what am I setting to low? So this is on Christian's advice. Set the priority to low. Right, so if I now load the downloaded flight plan, here it is, and if we have a look at the nav log, find right, where is Kunav? That's what we've got to try and find, isn't it? Dun, dun, dun. There's a lot of waypoints on this. Right, okay, where's my operational flight plan? Open that up on my other page. Let's see if we can find that. Strangely enough, why can't I find Kunov on this log? It has to be here somewhere. Ah, there we go. Right, that was very strange. So Kunav is very close to the London IFR. Well, we were quite far away from that still. We were still about 300 miles away. So quick distance add up. So that's about 4 hours 11 away. We should be at Kunav. So we're probably an hour or so away from Kunav at least. So if we look to spawn in at, see if we can find Ditton. That shouldn't be too far away. Tissot, Lotan, Dolev. This is really a painful way of trying to find these. There is Dolev. Let me just find that on the flight plan. So we want to go, next one is Varana, then Digot. After Digot, we've got Rotar. And if we come in at Riesa, that shouldn't be too far away. So let's find Riesa on the flight plan here. Because where were we? There's Rotar. I want to spawn in a little bit closer just because of the extra time we've lost. Algax, there we go. If we spawn in there, let's set that as our departure. We're about an hour and 4 minutes away. That's probably not too bad. Right, let's hit fly. Check we're on live, which we are. And let's go. Fingers crossed this will work. Christian, if you've just jumped 30 seconds, that means you're 30 seconds older. Don't do that. Can you jump backwards? Okay, so when this spawns in, chances are it's going to be all over the place and we're going to have some alarms beeping. We'll probably go alpha floor as well. Right, here we go. Right, so here's the alarms beeping. And we're overspeeding. Alpha floor didn't kick in, so that's quite nice. So managed, nav. Why are we at 5,000 feet? Let's set that to 38, which was our cruise. And autopilot 1 engaged. Put the thrust back in the climb detent. We've got Mac, climb, nav, standard, 38,000. Parking brakes are on. That's annoying. And now headed towards Kelip. Let's change our fuel. So what fuel should we have at Kelip? Or what other waypoints have we got in the flight plan? Just here. We should have around 5.5 tons of fuel remaining, so let's just go ahead and change that. There we go. So now the fuel is looking accurate again. Let's get those lights off. Let's set a couple of other things on the overhead that needs to be set. Strobes, lights. There we go. Everything else on the overhead is looking normal. Look at those frame rates now, aren't they beautiful? What I will need to do is turn the photogrammetry back on. Turn the screens back up. And a bit of a botched job, but we may have rescued the flight. So whereabouts are we now? We're just coming in over Switzerland. Question is, do I reconnect now back to VATSIM? And hopefully not spawn in on the middle of somebody. Make sure that's all set as well. And what I'd like to do, because I actually turned rolling cache off, not rolling cache, but I turned the photogrammetry off, didn't I? So let's just go ahead and pop that back on. There we go. So let's turn that back on, apply and save. Hopefully this won't take another 3 or 4 minutes. Oh well, it was Kunav under my cursor. Oh. Couldn't see the wood for the trees. So we'll turn that back on and see if the frame rates hold out. When you've got 365 miles to go, have you? I'll check mine in a moment. There we go. And go back and resume. So frame rates are looking lovely again just now. And if we get the banner at the top working again as well, that should now populate in and all be worth it. So I've got about 425 miles to go. Yep, that's accurate. And just check the init. Cost index of 8. Flight level 380. Flight number is easy. It's 37 Papa Romeo. The alternate is Echo Golf Bravo Bravo. Okay, that's all okay. Flight plan's fine. Let's just pop the arrival back in. So ILS 26 left. That is on the Kunav 1 Golf arrival. Kuna 1 Golf via Mayfield. Insert. Aircraft's still behaving itself. That's okay. Alright, so we should be there in about an hour, I believe. Now the question is, do we connect back up to VATSIM? Brian, do I need to reset the weight and weight and balance? Well, I can do, and the easy way to do that would just be to go to the ATSU page. AOC. I mean, to be honest, I'm not too bothered about that, but I can, if I wish, leave the fuel, of course, because I've already done that, and just load that in. So there we go. The aircraft is now weighted correctly as it should be. Willie, yeah, I checked the fuel against the operational flight plan. We know we loaded. We should have had about 1.1 ton of extra fuel, which we've now got against the waypoint that we're at. So that's all okay. And we're back in business, he says. type this back in. There we go. So that's all working again nicely. Mixture, I apologise if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly there, but if there's no one around me, then that's great. We will reconnect. Fingers crossed that will work. So let's connect back up to VATSIM. And doing that now. So anybody now watching on Volanta or anything like that should be able to see us back on the scopes. And there we are, we've sort of semi-rescued that. Just means some performance and fuel figures have now gone out the window, but never mind. Dougal, you are quite right, that is a very cluttered navigation display. It's because you need to have above 10,000 feet, you need to put the airports on the EFIS, but realistically what would happen is you would only have airports shown that the 320 was capable of landing at, so all of these grass strips and small regional airfields wouldn't normally be shown on there. Brian, yes, I do have the hydraulics now working and showing. That's right. So we're now over France, whereas before we weren't. We have skipped forward probably about 30 minutes of our long haul flight today. So there's a new age of travel, faster than Concorde. Just turn the brightness on the standby up. So as I didn't actually have to reset the PC itself, there's nothing wrong with the PC. I don't know what was causing it. Well, obviously we had terrible stutters, and as you can see now, we're flying around without any issues whatsoever. And there we are. It's all panning around and rather beautiful again. So really annoying that happened. It does break the immersion factor, but hopefully we've not broke the stream. That's quite important. And we're carrying on. So we have rescued it. Air Trooper 37, I think that is a grand idea.
In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase a selection of hot beverages, together with drinks and snacks from the bar. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we could be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
So we've probably shaved around, what? We've probably shaved about an hour, no, probably about 30-40 minutes off our flight time. Just because I picked a bit of a closer waypoint. And you're quite right, we've now just skipped out all the turbulence over the Alps. That's another reason for doing it. Just realised the no smoking signs aren't on. Should we get those on? That's better. And let's check the ATSU AOC and ATIS request for our arrival. I don't know if there's any ATIS online. We'll find out in a moment. Brian, no, it wasn't a default airport on departure, it was handcrafted. Joseph F. or Joseph, good afternoon. We've got the company message. Let's see if there's any ATIS And there is. We do have ATIS at the at Gatwick at the moment. Gatwick information, runway use 26 left, ILS approach to be expected, increased bird activity within the aerodrome boundary, clearance delivery frequency is online, frequency 12195 is closed, departing aircraft make initial contact, 12185, transition level is 70, and wind is 230 at 7 knots, varying 140 to 270. Visibility, ceiling and visibility okay. Good stuff. So, fingers crossed we should have some air traffic control when we arrive at Gatwick, if we make it to Gatwick. Dominic, we've come into Zurich a couple of times before in the past. Oh, right. Okay, guys. So I'm going to come back off the mic as I think there's somebody at the door. But I'll join you back on the in the chat room very shortly. Thanks for sticking with me during the little update. Back in a moment.
Ladies and gentlemen, take full advantage of your tax-free allowances today and make some amazing savings with our boutique range. In your in-flight brochure, you'll find details of our award-winning selection of gifts, most with massive discounts, some of which are exclusive to you as an Easyjet customer. Make the most of your opportunity to shop and save from the comfort of your seat. If you'd like to see any products, have any questions, or would like to make great savings, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
France A330, correction 3600 House contre bonsoir, scope 5773.
Squawk 5773.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo House contre bonsoir, scope 1 Charlie please. Easy7 Papa Romeo. Disregard squawk 5775 is the 37 Papa Romeo. Transfer A3600 identified, climb fly level 350.
Landing for level 350.
And the line 1054 direct, Bravo Sierra November.
Direct Bravo Sierra November has a line 1054, merci.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo identified. Just Easy 37 Papa Romeo, could you confirm the next waypoint? We'll stop, thank you. Speedbird 18 Alpha direct K-Sax. Speedbird 18 Alpha direct K-Sax. Speedbird 18 Alpha on frequency.
Rams, good afternoon. Speedbird 82, flight level 400, inbound to Oak Ridge.
Speedbird 80, announcement for bonsoir, squawk 5776.
Squawk 5776, Speedbird 82.
Lufthansa line 1054 traffic. 1 o'clock, 20 miles right to left, 2,000 feet above. This is an MC320, you will fly 5 nautics behind. Easy 84584 sequencing to left heading 270.
Are we talking about Easy854?
Haven, left heading 270.
Roger, heading 270.
Speedbird 18 Alpha on frequency. Airport 0561 Delta, you're 11 miles please, number ATC, Unicom 122 decimally, bye bye.
22 past 600.
Premise control, Speedbird 18 Alpha, ready to check?
Speed 18 Alpha, visibility 5, so please direct to Keysax.
Direct to Keysax, Speedbird 18 Alpha.
Easy 235, direct to Keysax.
Direct to Keysax, Easy 235.
In just a few moments, we'll commence our in-flight service, offering you the chance to purchase from our selection of fresh food available today. Full details can be found in your in-flight brochure. We accept payment in pounds, euros, most major currencies, and debit or credit cards. The correct change would be greatly appreciated, and if we could be of any further assistance, then just ask us as we join you in the cabin shortly.
Negative, you will be out of my space, and there is a great sequence to you, so you have to be in cockpit itself. Maximum 5 minutes if you want.
Roger, 5 minutes will do. Thank you, sir.
For that, say report back, please.
Roger.
KLM 15 Alpha, report back number.
Mach is 0.78, KLM 15 Alpha.
KLM 15 Alpha, roger that, fly Mach 0.78. Easy 235, fly Mach 0.78.
We are currently Mach 0.78, Easy 235.
And Easy 854, fly as well Mach 0.78.
Currently at Mach 0.78, and keep that Easyjet
Bonjour, François 5 km, au sol à base avec un 321, ça sera la référence pour Bastia, c'est pas compliqué.
Air France 84 Lima Mike, Reims Contrôle, bonsoir, mise en route pour Bastia, approuvé départ Holben 7, Sierra de la piste 15, initialement le niveau 7-0 et le transport d'armée.
Holben 7 Sierra pour le départ, montée initiale, niveau 7-0, un départ depuis la piste 15 et le transport d'armée,
Air France 84 Lima Mike, correct, rapide, prêt pour le repoussage de la mise en route. Easy 7 Papa Romeo approved, report back. Good morning, Alphabet. Okay, good morning, Alpha. Welcome back, fly Mach 0.78.
Fly Mach 0.78, because 1 in Alpha.
KLM 18 Alpha, expect flight level 350 all lower over Kazakh, report ready for descent. Easy 37 Papa Romeo, welcome back.
Control, hello, Ryanair 4199, flight level 380, direct Tango Oscar, Tango Romeo Oscar.
Ryanair 4199, Mike, House Control.
Hey guys, so I'm back with you, and apologies I wasn't in the flight deck, but big thank you to B Crawley 57 for your very kind donation, and he says thank you for the great tutorial. You are more than welcome, and hope you found that to be useful. So I'm back with you. We're going to start planning how we're going to arrive into London Gatwick, following our little issue mid-flight where we had to restart the simulator. Managed to keep the stream going, so that's always a bonus. So yeah, it was a little bit of a pain, but never mind. We should be good, and frame rates have come back up. Everything is looking lovely, and famous last words: touch wood, rub an elephant's foot, rabbit's foot. You can rub an elephant's foot if you wish. And I'm just getting myself set up here for the landing. So let's come and we'll check out the weather at London Gatwick and start to pop that all in. We'll then have a look at the star, see how we're going to fly the approach into London Gatwick. So let's get the latest weather. So go to our McDo menu, and whilst also keeping an ear out on air traffic control. And I'm just having a look. I don't think any air traffic control in London is online, so we're kind of going to be on our own a little bit, but that's okay. So I'll just wait for that to come in. There we go, company message. So AOC messages received, meta, and print. I'll print that off. Air trooper, did I make a jump? My apologies.
9010, speed 82.
Okay, so let's have a look. We've got QNH then in Gatwick of 1019. Pop that in. The temperature at Gatwick is 20 degrees. Wind is 240 at 8 knots. So that confirms we're going to be landing on runway 26 left. And then the transition altitude at London Gatwick, I think on the last METAR that we had, or the last ATIS, it was actually telling us the it was 7,000, I think. So we'll use that. So transition of 7,000 feet. And the ILS approach runway 26. Visibility is good, so it's going to be a Cat 1 landing, and it is 396 feet. 396 on the barrow. So that's all set. So the ILS frequency for Gatwick is 110.9. We're just going to check the RadNav page, 110.9. That's all set. We're coming in via the Mayfield VOR, so we'll set that up as well. We'll flick that on in a moment. Runway elevation is 196, and for the missed approach, our missed approach altitude is 3,000 feet. The platform altitude for this approach is 2,000 feet.
Requesting descent.
Minimum safe altitude is 2,000 feet.
Descend flight level 300 KLM 15 Alpha.
And we've already said decision altitude is 396. Okay, so if we just have a quick look at the approach that we're going to be doing today, we will be coming in, and we want to be flight level 160 at Amdut. So Amdut, as you can see, is a waypoint shown just here. So how I'm going to work the descent out, AMDUT. I'm going to pop that in there. We can see we're 100 miles away from Amdut at the moment. We're going to turn VOR1 on, and that gives us the Mayfield VOR, and we want to be around about 6,000 feet, between 5,000 and 6,000 feet at the Mayfield VOR as well. Help us plan that. So currently we're at flight level 380. We want to be at 16. So we need to lose 22,000 feet. So our top of descent is going to be at around 75 miles. So in about 20 miles time we'll begin our descent into London. So we've got the weather and landing information. Flight management guidance computer is all set up. Landing elevation confirmed, 196 feet. Auto brake not required at London Gatwick. We've done our arrival briefing. And just to confirm for you, if I use this, you can see it's nice and straightforward. We want to be about 6,000, between 5,000 and 6,000 feet at Mayfield, at which point we fly northerly heading, and we vector ourselves in for the ILS runway 26 left.
KLM 15 Alpha and for ATC Unicom 122 decimally. Bye bye.
Don't need the terrain radar on.
122 decimal 8.
There's not really much terrain to worry about in London. And we're going to set the standby to the local pressure. We'll be using 1019. So hopefully you've all had a great flight with us this afternoon. How long have we been streaming for? 4.5 hours in on the stream. Daniel Credu Gatwick to Malaga. It's quite a nice route, that. Malaga is a tricky airport to get into as well. And
5361 contre bonsoir, scoop 1000.
do normally leave route
5361.
requests because I do get sent quite a few. But
Flying
route requests are usually
direct Sossen.
reserved for the members, channel members.
Ladies and gentlemen, from the flight deck once again, you will be delighted to hear that we will shortly be starting our descent into our destination, at which point the cabin crew will start preparing for our arrival. If you could please make sure that all the aisles are clear, the cabin crew are able to make their way around the aircraft without any luggage in the aisles, that would be most appreciated. A reminder for our Easyjetsimpilot members that free drinks are still available from the cabin crew until the seatbelt signs are turned on. Please note, however, that the toilets will shortly go out of use. Thank you.
Danny, yeah, we have been to Malaga. It's quite a tricky approach with the terrain. Very difficult to control the rate of descent
Cabin over 35, Romeo G361.
because you've got terrain around you and you've got to obviously stay clear of the terrain and then get down quickly. Depending on which runway you're coming in. If you're coming in from the north, then you've got the is it the Pyrenees you need to be aware of. If you're coming in from the south, it's not so bad because you've just got the Mediterranean. That's usually a lot lower down. Graps Diaz. Wow, that's a lot of rubbish. Goodbye.
854 resume on navigation direct KFAX.
Easyjet Safari is unable to comply. We don't have Kazakhs in our flight plan. We only have Kunaf.
Roger that. Resume on navigation direct QNAV.
Correct, Kunaf is on navigation.
Okay, so I want to start our descent now. So, contact the centre and ask if we can start to get down.
94 Lima Mike, pour les points d'attente piste 15 via à droite Bravo, Hôtel.
Centre Easy 37 Papa Romeo, request descent.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo, descent initially fly level 300.
Flight level 300 for 37 Papa Romeo. Okay, so let's set flight level 300, call for open descent, pull the speed, thrust idle, open descent, 300 blue, down we go.
Easy 18 Juliet, Kilo direct, D-door. Second direct, so Easy 18 Juliet. Easy 18 Juliet, Kilo direct, D-door, Delta, India Delta, Oscar Romeo.
Mark Ross, welcome to the stream. We're on the GTX 1660 at the moment.
People 18, upper ATC, Unicom 122 decimal 8, bye-bye.
Consider 8
Bacon 352. Wow, now I'm hungry. Does the flight plan still get messed up once you activate the approach phase? Yes, it can do. So I tend to, if I know I'm going to be passing over it, just either certainly be watching out and just be getting ready to pull the heading bug, as that will help keep you on the straight and narrow. Willie, you've just been there lurking while working. Lurking while working. I like it. We can see the French coastline coming up and the English coastline in the distance. VATSIM, can I do a stream on 4K? Not really. I don't have the power for 4K.
Romeo 15 contre bonsoir, identifié.
So we're now just keeping a check on our descent rate. We're just on profile, but we will have to slow down, of course, so we can just keep that rate of descent quite high for the moment.
Romeo, you're about to reach my station separated. You become 1 to 2 decibels. Bye-bye.
Over to Unicom, thank you very much for the service. Easy37 Papa Romeo, good afternoon. So we're now on our own. So Unicom, we can now set flight level 160, 160 blue, continue our rate of descent down. I'll be honest with you guys, I think it's going to be a while before I upgrade the graphics card on this. I mean, it serves perfectly well. Will be interesting to see the internet speed update soon, though, thanks to Willie. I think I've had an email saying they've been dispatched, Willie, so that's quite nice. VATSIM, you know the normal descent rate is 3,000 feet per minute. I'm afraid it's not. So the normal descent rate is anywhere between 500 feet per minute and 3,000 to 3,500 feet per minute. 4,000 if you're really pushing it. But you don't use the descent rate. You use your speed to control your descent. Particularly at the moment whilst VNAV isn't working. Once the aircraft targeted 300 knots, that rate of descent will start to pull back and keep us on profile. Willie, don't do yourself a disservice, Willie. We need more sensible mods. So about 10,000 feet to go and 32 miles. So that's looking okay. So just remember, we are targeting Amdut at flight level 160, after which we want to be at Timber and 220 knots, and we want to be flight level 70 at Timber. Dr. Magic, what have I ordered to help the internet? Willie, would you be able to pop that link on our Discord, and then anyone that wants to have a quick look can see. Alpha Mike, in the Airbus it's best to go manage descent, manage speed, it takes good care of the profile. It would, you're right, Mike, except not in Microsoft Flight Sim 2020 because VNAV doesn't work. So all it will do to get you down to the constraints is descend you at about 5,000, 6,000 feet per minute to get you to those constraints, and that's no good. But as soon as the fly-by-wire mod team have worked out the VNAV situation, then yeah, we'll use manage mode. But for now, we're just using open descent, which is a great way for you as a pilot to practice your energy management skills. And it does take some practice. Be interesting to see if those frame rate issues crop up as we start to head towards Gatwick, won't it? So we've got about 12 miles of altitude left to descend, and we're 18 miles out. So excellent, we're nicely below the profile now, so that's good. Don't mind that because we can start to slow the aircraft down a little bit. And once we get to kilo 64, we've got a speed restriction of 250 knots. Also says at Admut just here there's a speed restriction of 250 knots, but that's not shown on the charts. I wouldn't worry about that too much. So currently 15 miles away, and I'm now going to put timber in here to help with my descent planning. Let's pop that in. We're 40 miles away from timber. So that is actually an altitude constraint there that we need to be at flight level 160 at Amdut. And we should be. We've got 10 miles to run, 2,000 miles to go. 2,000 feet to go, sorry. So we can just slow that back a little bit. Flight, what's my normal frame rate at landing? I have no idea, just because the I don't really look at frame rates, to be honest. As long as it's smooth, I'm happy with that. Alpha Mike, are you talking about the average cabin descent? So you're talking about pressurization there, aren't you? You're not talking about the actual feet per minute that we descend as an aircraft. Well, at the moment I don't believe that is actually working just yet. Speed Alt Star, there we go, 16,000. So our next constraint is our next constraint is actually going to be, it would have been timber, however we're next actually heading for Mayfield. So we want to start slowing down to 250 knots by kilo 64. So we need to lose 10,000 feet. So when we're about 30 miles away from Mayfield, we can start to slow down. In fact, we're 35 miles away, and we need to give it a bit of time to slow the aircraft down as well. So let's continue that descent now down to, we can go down to 5,000 feet. So open descent, thrust idle. So confirm that thrust idle, open descent, and we want the local QNH 1019, 5,000 blue. Down we go. Danny, I'll quickly just have a look at the bleed air page for you. At the moment I'm just monitoring the descent. So there you go. So as I said, we want to be between 5,000 and 6,000 feet at Mayfield for our approach into London Gatwick. I'm just going to check we still know who's online. Gatwick Ground is online, 121.8, so we'll just pop that on the standby frequency. There we go. Matt Kramer, good afternoon. Pressure altitude in the in an airliner is between 6,000 and 8,000 feet. Yeah, that sounds about right. And then obviously as we descend, the pressure starts to equalise. But as you can see, it's normally you'd leave that on auto. The aircraft would do that automatically. And as you can see, landing elevation is set to auto. However, this is where it's broken. You see, it's actually set to minus 2,000 feet, which of course is not correct. But the fly-by-wire team, I'm sure, will sort that out in time. So we need to be 250 knots at Kilo Echo 64 as per the charts. So we're just rolling that speed back now. And we can see TCAS has got traffic showing in front of us. So guys, whilst we're on the descent, if you've enjoyed the flight this afternoon, well, anytime in the last 4.5 hours really, please do consider hitting the like button. It makes a massive difference to the channel. if you'd be so kind as to do that. I would really, really appreciate it. So we're already at 215 knots, that's fine. Oh, has London Control just come online? Gatwick approach has just come online. 126825.
This is Alpha Juliet Golf Gatwick direct hello, turn left heading 075, descend to altitude 2000 feet, Gatwick QNH 1019.
Just repeat again, Little Golf.
Juliet Golf, turn left heading 075, descend to altitude 2000 feet, QNH 1019.
Heading 075 down to 2000, QNH 1019, Little Golf.
Gatwick Director, good afternoon. Easy37 Papa Romeo, passing flight level 110, descending 5,000 feet inbound Mayfield on the Kunav 1 Golf arrival.
KLM 15 Alpha.
Gatwick Director, 15 Alpha.
KLM 15 Alpha, Gatwick hello, turn right heading 030 degrees, descend to altitude 3000 feet, QNH 1019.
Ladies and gentlemen, the captain has turned on the fasten seatbelt sign. If you could please return to your seats and ensure that your seatbelt is securely fastened. If you are traveling with an infant, please
KLM
ensure
15 Alpha, turn right heading 030 degrees, descend to altitude.
Not sure if you heard me, I don't know if it was blocked.
Cabin crew if you require assistance.
Turn right heading 330, descend 3000, QNH 1019, KLM 15 Alpha.
From the heading 030 for KLM 15 Alpha.
030, KLM 15 Alpha.
Gatwick Director, Easy37 Papa Romeo, passing flight level 90 for altitude 5,000 feet inbound Mayfield.
Thomas Scoop 6 Tango Uniform, Gatwick, climb flight level 100.
Climb now 100, Thomas Cook 46 Tango Uniform.
Easy37 Papa Romeo, Gatwick, turn right heading 030 degrees, descend flight level 70.
030 degrees 7, flight level 7037 Papa Romeo.
Super 18 Alpha, squawk head end.
So extending our track miles, speeds brake and come back in. And stopping our descent.
BC 18 Alpha, squawk head end.
7,000 feet. We put the seatbelt signs on, we need to run the approach checklist, so minimums are set both sides. Engine mode select is norm, electronic flightback is stored, and we've briefed the approach, but we've got air traffic control as well. Speed alt start, 7,000 feet.
KLM 15 Alpha, confirm you're flying your assigned heading.
I am turning towards the assigned heading, KLM 15 Alpha.
KLM 15 Alpha, reduce speed 180 knots, taking you through the localizer to establish on the north.
Reduce to 180, establish to the north approach, KLM 15 Alpha.
To the Juliet Golf, speed 180 knots, turn left heading 360 degrees.
So I'm just paying attention to air traffic control, listening to the other aircraft that are around us, so we know and can start to predict and expect what I'm expecting them to tell us to do.
Knots, turn left heading 360 degrees.
Speed 190 and turn left 360, Little Golf.
KLM 15 Alpha.
So let's say you can't do a holding pattern
turn left heading
in the McDo just yet, you have to do that manually.
37 Papa Romeo, 25 track miles, 26 left, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1019.
Center altitude 4,000 feet, Easy37 Papa Romeo.
Easy37 Papa Romeo, QNH 1019.
QNH 1019, 37 Papa Romeo.
Speed with 18 Alpha, identified, descend flight level 70.
Listen 70, speed with 18 Alpha.
BC854, speed 220 knots, descend flight level 110. 218 Alpha, landing 26 left, speed 250 knots. KLM 1, if you're not going to flex if I can't land, right now heading 130 degrees.
Turn right heading 130, KLM 15 Alpha.
Zulu Juliet Golf, turn left heading 290 degrees, cleared ILS 26 left.
290 clear for house plus 26 left, 290.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo, turn left heading 285, speed 180 knots.
Left heading 285, speed 180 knots for Easy 37 Papa Romeo.
218 Alpha, speed 250 knots, turn right heading 360 degrees.
Speed 250, right, 360 you said?
360 degrees.
So we need to hold 180 knots. I'll get those flaps out in a moment once we're past 230 knots.
235 Gatwick hello, route direct timber, landing 26 left.
Direct timber, line.
So flaps 1.
KLM 15 Alpha, turn left heading 2, correction turn right heading 230 degrees.
Turn right 230, KLM 15 Alpha.
237 Papa Romeo, speed 160 knots, reduce now.
Cabin crew,
160 knots reduced now for 37 Papa Romeo.
Easyjet 54, turn left heading 270 degrees, landing 26 left.
So we're going to need to get those flaps out.
Easy 235, descent.
Reduce that rate of descent.
Timber.
We can see we're below the glide slope already, so that's okay.
Zulu Juliet Golf, speed 160 knots for grade still 4 DME.
Flaps 2.
KLM 15 Alpha, turn right heading 280 degrees, cleared ILS 26 left.
Can you just repeat that again for KLM 15 Alpha?
KLM 15 Alpha, turn right heading 280 degrees, cleared ILS 26 left.
Turn right 280, cleared ILS 26
Oh
left.
my word.
KLM 15 Alpha.
There's an aircraft there.
46 Tango uniform, climb flight level 290.
At 290, Thomas Cook 46 Tango uniform.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will shortly be landing.
Zulu Juliet Golf,
Please ensure your cabin bag is safely stowed.
Spoilers
with your
back
laptop
in.
inside. Your tray table must be stowed, armrest down, and window blind open.
Easy
You
37
now need
Romeo,
to be
turn left
seated
heading
with your seatbelt
220 degrees.
fastened, ready for landing. Please help us.
Left
by handing in
220
any
degrees,
rubbish,
Easy 37 Papa
newspapers,
Romeo.
or magazines that you do not
218
want to
Alpha,
take
speed
with you.
220
The
knots.
toilets are no longer in service.
Speed 220, speed 118.
Easy 854, descend flight level 80, turn right heading 060 degrees.
Flight level 080 and right, and right for you, heading 26.
Easy 854, it's heading 060 degrees.
Right heading 060 degrees.
So at the moment, guys, I'm not really concentrating on the chat. There's lots going off at the moment.
Alpha 25, track miles 26 left, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, Gatwick QNH 1019.
Descend 4,000 km 1019, speed 18 Alpha.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo, descend to altitude 3,000 feet.
3,000 feet, Easy 37 Papa Romeo.
KLM 15 Alpha, maintain 180 knots until advised.
Maintain 180 knots until advised, KLM 15 Alpha.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo, turn right heading 320 degrees.
Right heading 320 for 37 Papa Romeo.
Easy 54, descend flight level 70.
What's it for Easyjet?
So it's giving us a sort of zigzag approach for separation here.
Easy 235, descend flight level 70, reduce speed now 250 knots.
Descend flight level 70, no reduce, multiple 250, Easyjet 235.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo, stop, correction, turn left heading 290 degrees, cleared ILS 26 left.
Left turn 290 degrees, cleared ILS approach 26 left. Easy 37 Papa Romeo.
Speed 18 Alpha, speed 180 knots, turn left heading 270 degrees.
So lock blue is armed.
270, speed 18 Alpha.
KLM 15 Alpha, speed 160 knots till 4 DME.
160 knots to 4 DME, KLM 15 Alpha.
Easy 854, turn left heading 010 degrees.
Left heading 010 degrees,
And we're 12 miles out.
Easy 854, 25 track miles, runway 26 left, descend to altitude 4,000 feet, QNH 1019.
4,000 feet, QNH 1019, Easyjet 55.
Okay, so we've armed the approach.
Crescent speed with 18 Alpha, turn left heading 230 degrees,
Alt,
cleared
glide
ILS
slope
26
blue,
left.
lock blue, cat 3, dual autopilot 1 and 2 engaged. And there's lock start. So a very busy bit of approach controlling from the ATC there. Kudos to him. Well done.
Easy37 Papa Romeo, maintain 160 knots until 4 DME.
160 knots till 4 DME for Easy37 Papa Romeo.
Zulu Juliet Golf, turn right onto 08 left, contact ground 121.8.
Check, we've got that on the standby, 121.8.
Zulu Juliet Golf, turn right on 08 left, contact ground 121.8.
Right, thank you. Bye-bye.
Mr. Approach 3,000 feet, set. And just in case there's traffic in front of us and we have to go around, that missed approach is a climb then left turn. Radio altimeter is alive. 8 miles out.
Easyjet 54, speed 180 knots.
Flying 0 knots, Easyjet 500.
Speed 18 Alpha, speed 160 knots till 4 DME.
Speed 16024.
Easy 235, turn right heading 030 degrees.
7 miles.
220 knots.
Alright, so 3030 and the heading and...
Lots of concentration going on all the way around here, isn't there? But that's what we like. Six miles out, let's start configuring. So, landing gear, spoilers, lights, ding the cabin as well. And 5 miles out.
I've just got the 46 Tango uniform, contact home control 128.3.
Flaps 3.
Contact Rams control on 128.3, bye bye.
Right, easy 235, 25 track miles, 26 left descent to altitude 4,000 feet.
Now we can now start slowing down. Flaps full, approach landing checklist. Cabin secured for landing, auto thrust, speed. Go around altitude 3000, set, ECAM memo landing, no blue. 1,000 feet. We've not actually been given landing clearance just yet, we need to be aware of that. Downgraded to Cat 1. Easy37 Papa Romeo, 2 miles, runway 26 left.
500.
Roger.
Just dropped below the glide slope there whilst I was
54, cleared ILS 26 left.
contacting ATC, so let's just level that off a little bit.
Easy 235, speed 180 knots.
180 knots for Easy 235.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo, winds 220 degrees, 10 knots, runway 26 left, clear to land.
100 above.
Clear to land 26 left, Papa Romeo.
KLM 15 Alpha, welcome to Gatwick, right onto Juliet, hold short Romeo.
200. Minimum.
Continue.
KLM 15 Alpha.
KLM 15 Alpha, pass message.
KLM 15 Alpha, turn right on Juliet.
100.
Turn right on Juliet, KLM 15 Alpha.
Easy 235, turn left heading 290 degrees, clear ILS 26 left.
290 heading, clear ILS 26 left, Easy 235.
Spoilers deployed. Reverses on.
Easy 854, maintain 180 knots.
And we need to vacate ASAP. It is rather busy. 70 knots, reverses off.
5 Alpha, start rolling please, right onto Juliet.
KLM 15 Alpha is rolling.
And let's pass those stop bars.
Romeo, welcome to Gatwick, turn right to 08 left.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew will shortly be leaving their seats to perform safety-related
Turning
duties.
right now, 08
However,
left, Papa
we
Romeo.
ask that you remain seated
018
until the
Alpha,
fasten
26
seatbelt
left,
sign
220
has been
degrees,
switched
10
off.
knots.
Portable electronic devices for messaging, calls or internet access may now be
Romeo,
used.
contact ground, 121
Please make sure that you take all your
Up to
personal
ground,
belongings with
thanks
you,
for the
left in the
ATC,
seat pocket,
Easy
underneath
37
the
Papa
seat,
Romeo.
and in the overhead lockers. Do take care when opening the lockers in case anything falls out. Smoking is not permitted
right
until
onto
you
Juliet,
reach a
contact ground,
designated
121
smoking area.
decimal 8 in that order, bye-bye.
On behalf of the captain and the crew,
Continue on
it's been
Juliet,
our
contact
pleasure
ground,
to have
central
you
service.
today.
K115
Ground
Alpha.
crew will help you complete your Easyjet journey. For the latest news,
Right,
promotions,
let's see
flight
where
and
it is
destination
they
information,
want us
check out our
to
official
want us
Facebook
to
page,
go.
Twitter, or Easyjet app.
Gatwick ground, good afternoon, Easy 37 Papa Romeo vacated onto 08.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo, Gatwick ground, good afternoon. Continue taxi is 08 left, hold short of Romeo, expect stand 557.
Taxi left, hold short of Romeo, and we'll expect 557 for Easy 37 Papa Romeo.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo, just confirm, continue taxi straight ahead and hold short of Romeo.
Continue taxi straight ahead, and then we'll hold short Romeo, Easy 37 Papa Romeo.
Gatwick ground, good afternoon, KLM15 Alpha, taxiing on Juliet, request taxi to gates.
KLM 15 Alpha, Gatwick ground, good afternoon, continue taxi Juliet, hold short of Romeo, I'll have a stand for you shortly.
Taxi Juliet, hold short Romeo, KLM15 Alpha.
Well, that was busy, wasn't it? I bet the Gatwick director wish he hadn't bothered logging in now.
KLM 15 Alpha,
Glad he
expect
did,
stand
though.
19er.
Imagine the chaos if he hadn't.
19, KLM 15 Alpha.
And the frame rate's held out as well, as we came to
via Romeo, Lima, and Quebec Alpha.
as we came into Gatwick. Right, so hold on Romeo. And I believe is this going to be Romeo.
Gatwick ground, good afternoon, speed with 1
Yeah, we're going to hold there.
Speedbird 18 Alpha, Gatwick ground, good afternoon, vacate second right onto Juliet, hold short of Romeo.
Vacate on Juliet and hold short of Romeo, speed with 18 Alpha.
And to the person sending the private message there, you're very welcome for the videos, thank you.
Hotel Echo with information X-ray request 839 request I for clearance for next flight level 370.
So we're expecting stand 557.
813 Hotel X-ray, Gatwick ground, good afternoon, stand by.
Which is all the way at the north
Alpha,
terminal.
give way to the Easyjet A320neo on your right, and then taxi via Juliet, Romeo, Kilo to stand 19er.
Giving way to the Easyjet A320, taxi by Romeo, Juliet, and then Kilo. KLM 15 Alpha.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo holding short of Romeo.
Easy 37 Papa Romeo, continue taxi Romeo, Lima, and Quebec Alpha, stand 557.
Taxi now continue via Romeo Lima Alpha 557 for Easy 37 Papa Romeo. So that's left here on Quebec, then right onto Lima, and then onto Quebec Alpha 557. I don't think I've ever parked this far up. Ah, there he is. He overtook me. He overtook me in the air, but I'm going to get to the stand before him.
Paper 18 Alpha, say again.
Holding short 26 right on Foxtrot Romeo, speedboat 18 Alpha.
Speedbird 18 Alpha, vacate second right onto Juliet.
Vacate second right on Juliet, speedboat 18 Alpha.
I do love this airport.
Easy 13 Hotel Echo, Gatwick ground.
Gatwick ground, go ahead. Easy 13 Hotel Echo.
Easy 13 Hotel Echo, clear to Nice via Bognor, 1 X-ray departure, squawk 4233, information X-ray QNH 1019.
Got a right hand turn here to remain on Romeo.
Okay, clear to Nice via Bognor, 1 X-ray departure, runway 26 left, squawk 4233.
And then Lima and Quebec Alpha. So Lima is
Easy
just
13 Hotel
here.
Echo, correct. Break, Easy 1136, Gatwick ground.
And
Easy
then we're coming around
1136.
here, this little
Yes.
roundabout of taxiways.
Easy 1136, re-clear to Munich via ADMAG 2 X-ray departure, runway 26 left.
Cleared via ADMAC 2X departure.
And then to stand 557, which will be on the left.
1136.
And now we're just a case of looking at the signage. So 554 is first.
And Speedbird 18 Alpha, continue taxi via Juliet, hold short of Romeo, expect stand 10.
555. And the next should be 557, which actually looks occupied. So,
Stand 10.
Stand 10, speedboat 18 Alpha.
Gatwick ground, stand 557 for Easy37 Papa Romeo is actually showing as occupied. Any chance of a further stand a bit further up?
KLM 15 Alpha, take next left Papa, then right onto Kilo, stand 19.
Turn right, Papa, then onto Kilo for stand 19, KLM 15 Alpha.
Okay,
Easy 37 Papa Romeo, continue taxi straight ahead, stand 562, it should be the second one on your right.
562, thank you, 37 Papa Romeo. Actually, just double checking. I don't think it was busy. I don't think it was taken at all. It just looks like a small stand just there.
Zero Mike taxi via Lima and Papa, hold short Kilo.
Lima Papa short Kilo from your major Mike.
So here we go, 560.
Gatwick ground, Easy 1136, ready for pushback.
And we'll turn the taxi lights
Easy
off
1136,
before
stand 106,
entering.
push and start approved, face east.
Push and start approved, face east. Easy 1136.
So it looked like 559 was taken, and then the stand just to the right of it would have put us very close to that aircraft, wouldn't it? So best to go to the next one. Plenty of space here. There we go. Parking brake is set, and we're going to see if we can get a replay out of this as well. So,
Good afternoon, continue taxi straight ahead.
big thank you to those that flew on VATSIM. We're going to have to get rid of VATSIM now before we attempt the replay, so let's just stop that. All traffic will now disappear. We'll also get rid of self-loading cargo as well. Goodbye to them. And stop the recording. The recording has stopped. Then the flight sim decides to do its own thing at the moment and just restarts the flight, but that's okay, we'll get that loaded. Wow, let's just talk about that approach. So, very, very busy for the air traffic controller, lots of aircraft. Gatwick always is very busy, and if you are thinking of trying VATSIM, that is one airport I would stay away from until you're a little bit more competent with it. Now, the air traffic controller there did a fantastic job, and what you saw with the approach is he basically had a zigzagging almost parallel to the localizer, which was fine. All it did was give us extra track mileage, which of course then gives separation from the aircraft that that was in front of us. So that was good. That was nice. It worked. You had us holding 160 knots quite early on, which again was good, because it meant we were very close to our final approach speed. We could configure no rushing just there, so that was nice. We're going to see if we can get this replay in now, coming back in. Blue Homeland, thank you for watching. Catch you on the next one. Herobrine Plays, hello. Chewie, you crashed on landing. I hope you mean the simulator crashed and not yourself. Danny, it was a good flight, wasn't it? We had a little trouble midstream, but got that sorted. Lucas, we shall see you next time. For those of you on your way out, please do hit the like button if you haven't done so already. It really does help with the YouTube algorithms and the popularity of the channel. Dr. Magic, this is Freeware Gatwick, available from flightsim.to, which we're hopefully now going to enjoy a nice replay of. So let's hit ready to fly and play. I just need to clear a couple of warnings off and turn these off here. There we go. And we should now get to enjoy the passenger view landing of this. Definitely one of my favourite parts of the flight, watching the replays. Matt P, the daytime streams make work a lot more fun. Good stuff. Chewie, no, you actually crashed the 320, not the simulator crash. Screenshot available on Discord. I'm going to check that out, Chewie. How did you manage to crash? I mean, we actually lost the glide slope a little bit. The Paphos were showing 4 reds, which were never wasn't good. However, that said, not quite sure how well they were aligned. At larger airports, you tend to see the Paphos are usually set for the bigger aircraft, so the 747s, 380s, stuff like that, which are obviously the pilots are sat much higher up than with the 320s. So there is some room for discrepancy just there. Dark streamers get priority taxi at Gatwick. You want your money back? You did. We did kind of cut you up there, didn't we? But we were following ATC instructions. Nothing to do with me. But yeah, in a moment we'll see these replays. Gives you fantastic views of the great scenery from Gatwick, and looks really neat. And I think it's just getting better and better, the Gatwick scenery, as they keep updating it. Including animated tube trains, as you've just seen that we flew over. Christian, no problem. I shall see you on the next flight. And down we go. So I'm just going to quickly rewind that. We'll have a look at the view coming in on the right-hand side, which arguably has perhaps a little bit more to look at. So there you can see most of the airport buildings as we come in this time. Dr. Magic, one day you'll brave VATSIM, but maybe not at Gatwick. It was very busy, wasn't it? I think the thing I would recommend with VATSIM is always make sure you've got a pen to hand. And whatever instructions they tell you to do them before replying, if you need to. If you can do both at the same time, that's fine. But if you get a line of instructions, carry out the instructions first before replying. And there we are, down in Gatwick. So guys, thank you very much to everyone who has flown with us on VATSIM today. It's been sort of like a I was going to say a mini long haul, but it wasn't that mini. It was still, we've been streaming now for over 5 hours, so it's certainly been a decent long haul flight that we like to do, and with some excitement at the end with the very busy arrival at Gatwick. Kudos to the air traffic control. I don't know who it was, but very, very professional, and got everything working really, really nicely. So that was great to see. So I'm going to leave you with a final replay, and I look forward to seeing you all on the next stream. Big thank you to those of you that have watched along, and those that have contributed and donated to the stream on the flight today. Big thank you as always to HD and to the Easyjetsimpilot channel members. I look forward to seeing you on the next stream. There will be no stream tomorrow, so it looks like we'll be back on Saturday. I look forward to seeing you all then for the next one. Goodbye everyone, and have a great Friday. Bye bye.